Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. In the early months of 2020, the world was changing in ways none of us could have anticipated. A pandemic was spreading across the globe, forcing people into isolation, creating fear and uncertainty in every corner of society. It was March, and the coronavirus had just begun its relentless march through the United States. People were learning new terms: social distancing, quarantine, flattening the curve. Fear was palpable, trust was fragile, and in this atmosphere of chaos and confusion, someone saw an opportunity. This is the story of Gretchen Anthony, a woman whose life was taken from her in the most calculated way, and whose killer tried to use the world's biggest crisis as the perfect cover for murder. Jupiter, Florida is one of those coastal towns that seems almost too perfect to be real. Palm trees sway in the ocean breeze. The sun seems to shine a little brighter there. It's the kind of place where people move to start fresh, to build the lives they've always dreamed of. And for Gretchen Anthony, Jupiter represented hope, stability, and a future full of possibilities. Gretchen was the kind of person people naturally gravitated toward. She had this warm energy about her, the type that made you feel immediately comfortable in her presence. Her friends would tell you she was thoughtful, reliable, the person who remembered birthdays and showed up when you needed her. She wasn't flashy or attention-seeking. She was genuine. And in a world that often feels superficial, that meant everything. She worked as a financial manager, a position that required precision, intelligence, and an eye for detail. Her colleagues respected her. She was good at what she did, the type of employee who arrived on time, completed her work efficiently, and never caused drama. Her life from the outside looking in seemed well-ordered, purposeful. But beneath the surface, like so many of our lives, there were complications. There were struggles, and there was a relationship that had been slowly unraveling for years. Gretchen had met David Anthony at a gym where he worked as a personal trainer. He was impossible to miss. Standing at 6 feet 7 inches tall, David had a commanding physical presence. He was charming when he wanted to be, capable of making you feel like the most important person in the room. And in those early days, Gretchen must have felt that spark, that hope that maybe she'd found someone who understood her. They married in March 2015, in a small chapel in Las Vegas. It wasn't a grand affair, just the two of them exchanging vows, promising forever in that uniquely Vegas way. Quick, spontaneous, full of optimism. For the first couple of years, things seemed okay. They built a life together in Jupiter. Gretchen's daughter from a previous relationship lived with them, creating what looked like a typical blended family, trying to make things work. But marriage, as anyone who's been in one knows, reveals the parts of people they keep hidden during courtship. And David Anthony had parts of himself he'd kept very well hidden indeed. The judge by so began to notice changes. David, who could be so charming, also had another side, a darker one. He struggled with mood swings, unpredictable shifts in temperament that would leave everyone around him walking on eggshells. One moment he'd be fine, laughing and joking, and the next he'd be withdrawn, angry, radiating a tension that filled whatever room he was in. His friend Tabitha Hopkins would later say that as she got to know David better, his mood started to change. He'd always dealt with insecurities, she explained, but they seemed to grow stronger over time. There was something beneath the surface, something he couldn't quite control or didn't want to acknowledge. At work, David's behavior became increasingly problematic. He was fired from multiple jobs, often after disturbing outbursts directed at women. Whatever demons he was wrestling with, they were beginning to manifest in ways that frightened the people around him. His marriage, predictably, began to crack under the pressure. Then in late 2019, something happened that would change everything. David was involved in a serious accident, one that nearly cost him his life. The details of the accident aren't entirely clear. But what is clear is that it marked a turning point. Whatever fragile equilibrium David had been maintaining shattered. The accident seemed to amplify all of his worst tendencies. His anger, his paranoia, his inability to cope with reality. By November 2019, David moved out of the home he'd shared with Gretchen. He went to live with his elderly mother. The marriage was functionally over, though the legal formalities hadn't yet been addressed. For a few months, they existed in that strange liminal space, still married on paper, but living completely separate lives. Gretchen, for her part, seemed to be moving forward. She was focusing on her work, on her daughter, on building a life that didn't revolve around David's volatility. She was making plans. She was, perhaps for the first time in years, allowing herself to imagine a future where she felt safe, where she felt free. And then, on February 28th, 2020, Gretchen made it official. She filed for divorce. In the paperwork, she cited domestic violence. She was seeking legal protection. She was drawing a line in the sand, telling David that whatever they'd had was truly over. It's impossible to know exactly what David thought when he learned about the divorce filing. But we do know what he did next. And what he did next would shock everyone who knew them both. March 21, 2020. The day started like any other Saturday. Gretchen had plans, routines, a life that was hers. But by the end of that day, she would be gone. And the circumstances of her disappearance would set off a chain of events that nobody could have predicted. What we know about March 21st comes from piecing together evidence from surveillance footage, from the digital breadcrumbs that in our modern age we all leave behind. What we know is that David Anthony went to Gretchen's home that day, and what happened inside that house on Sunshine Drive would forever alter the lives of everyone who loved Gretchen. The next day, Sunday, March 22nd, Gretchen's friends and family started receiving text messages. The messages came from Gretchen's phone, and they all said essentially the same thing. Gretchen had tested positive for coronavirus. She was very sick. She'd been taken to a medical facility and was being kept in strict isolation. She needed everyone to leave her alone while she recovered. In any other time, these messages might have immediately seemed suspicious. But this was March 2020. The virus was new, terrifying, and poorly understood. People were dying. Hospitals were overwhelmed. The idea that someone you knew had contracted this deadly disease was frightening but entirely plausible. The messages were designed to exploit that fear to use the pandemic as a shield against scrutiny. But here's the thing about Gretchen. She was the type of person who stayed in touch. She called her friends. She showed up for people. And these text messages, while they came from her phone, didn't sound quite like her. There was something off about the tone, the phrasing, the complete lack of follow-up or personal detail. Gretchen's co-workers received an email from her work account. The email explained that she'd contracted COVID-19 and wouldn't be able to come into work. Again, in March 2020, this wasn't unusual. Companies everywhere were dealing with sick employees, with mandatory quarantines, with the terrifying reality that this virus could strike anyone at any time. But Monday morning, March 23rd, came and went. Gretchen didn't show up to work. She didn't call. And for someone as responsible and professional as Gretchen, this was deeply unusual. Her coworkers began to worry. Something wasn't right. Gretchen's family felt it too, that gnawing sense that something was very wrong. The text didn't feel right. The sudden silence didn't make sense. And when they tried to reach Gretchen, when they tried to call or text or find some way to confirm she was actually okay, they got nothing but silence. One of Gretchen's friends decided to call the police. She explained the situation, the weird texts, the claim about COVID-19, the complete inability to reach Gretchen directly, and crucially she mentioned something that made the officer on the other end of the line sit up and pay attention. Gretchen had recently separated from her husband. She'd filed for divorce, and her family was concerned that David Anthony might have had something to do with her disappearance. The Jupiter Police Department sent an officer to Gretchen's home on Sunshine Drive. It was a townhouse in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where families raised their children and retirees enjoyed their golden years. The officer knocked on the door. No answer. He knocked again. Nothing. The house was silent, still, as if holding its breath. But neighbors had seen things. One neighbor remembered seeing a tall man at Gretchen's house on March 21st. Very tall, 6 feet 7 inches tall. And that man was David Anthony. Another neighbor had something even more valuable: security camera footage. In our modern world, doorbell cameras and home security systems have become invisible witnesses to countless crimes. And this neighbor's camera had captured footage of what looked like David's vehicle leaving Gretchen's home on March 21st. The police knew they needed to get inside that house. They needed to see what, if anything, had happened there. When they finally gained access, what they found painted a disturbing picture. At the top of the stairs, they found a broken picture frame. Glass shards were scattered across the floor. In the master bedroom, there were blood droplets on the comforter. Not a lot, but enough to suggest violence. In the washing machine, they found towels stained red. But it was the garage that told the most chilling part of the story. The concrete floor was covered in bleach stains. Footprint-shaped patches where someone had clearly tried to clean something up. The smell of cleaning products was overpowering, almost nauseating. Bottles of bleach and other chemical cleaners were scattered around the kitchen and garage. Someone had been in this house. Someone had engaged in a violent struggle with Gretchen. And then that same someone had desperately tried to clean up the evidence of what they'd done. The police knew with a sinking certainty that they were no longer investigating a disappearance. They were investigating a homicide. Here's where Gretchen's story becomes almost tragically ironic. Because while David Anthony thought he'd been clever, while he believed he'd covered his tracks, and used the pandemic as the perfect alibi, he'd overlooked something crucial. In the 21st century, we're never really alone. We're surrounded by devices that track our movements, by digital footprints that reveal where we've been and what we've done. Gretchen, in a very real sense, would end up solving her own murder. Investigators began digging into the digital evidence. They looked at cell phone records, at location data, at timestamps and GPS coordinates. And piece by piece, they built a timeline of what had really happened on March 21st. David's phone placed him at Gretchen's house during the critical time frame. His vehicle was captured on surveillance footage, and the text messages, those messages claiming Gretchen had COVID-19. They hadn't been sent by Gretchen at all. They'd been sent by David using her phone, trying to buy himself time to dispose of her body and create distance between himself and the crime. The investigators also discovered something else. After leaving Gretchen's house, David hadn't stayed in Florida. He'd fled. He'd driven west, heading toward New Mexico, putting as many miles as possible between himself and the murder scene. On April 1, 2020, police in Las Cruces, New Mexico, spotted David at a gas station. They arrested him without incident. He was charged with second-degree murder and kidnapping in connection with Gretchen's disappearance. But here's the problem. They still didn't have Gretchen's body. And without a body, without a clear manner of death, without the physical evidence that could seal the case, prosecutors faced a significant challenge. David Anthony knew this. He understood that without Gretchen, the case against him, while strong, wasn't ironclad. Authorities believed David had been planning to flee to South America. He had money, connections, and a desperate need to escape justice. His arrest in New Mexico had stopped him before he could disappear completely. David was extradited back to Florida. The case was presented to a grand jury, and the charges against him were upgraded. Second-degree murder became first-degree murder. He was formally indicted on charges of first-degree murder and kidnapping. With these charges, David potentially faced the death penalty. But the search for Gretchen continued. Where was she? What had David done with her body? When police interviewed David Anthony, he didn't immediately confess. Instead, he wove a story, an elaborate fiction designed to explain away all the evidence stacking up against him. David claimed that Gretchen wasn't dead. She was on the run. According to David, Gretchen had discovered financial crimes at her workplace. She'd uncovered something big, something dangerous, and she'd fled to protect herself. The COVID-19 texts, just part of her cover story to buy herself time. It was creative, almost clever in its way, but it was also completely unsupported by any evidence. Police had surveillance footage. They had digital trails. They had witnesses. Every piece of objective evidence pointed to David, and David alone being responsible for Gretchen's disappearance. The prosecution team, led by Assistant State Attorney Shriche Mixon, knew they had a strong case, but they also knew the importance of finding Gretchen. Her family deserved to lay her to rest. She deserved to come home. As David sat in custody, as the months passed and the evidence against him became overwhelming, He must have realized that his options were dwindling. The case was too strong, the evidence too compelling, and without some form of cooperation, he was facing potentially spending the rest of his life in prison, or worse. Finally, David made a decision. He agreed to a plea deal. In exchange for revealing the location of Gretchen's body, he would plead guilty to lesser charges. He would avoid a trial and the possibility of the death penalty. It's difficult to describe the mixture of relief and heartbreak that Gretchen's family must have felt at this news. On one hand, they would finally know where she was. They could bring her home, hold a proper funeral, begin the painful process of closure. On the other hand, they had to accept that their worst fears were true. Gretchen was gone, killed by the man she'd once loved and trusted. David led authorities to a location near Gretchen's home. She'd been buried in a shallow grave, hidden away as if she were something to be discarded rather than a human being. A mother, a daughter, a friend. The autopsy revealed the full horror of what David had done. Gretchen had died from multiple stab wounds. The attack had been violent, personal, brutal. This wasn't an accident or a crime of passion in the heat of the moment. This was murder, plain and simple. On January 14, 2021, David Anthony stood before Judge Kirk Volker for sentencing. The courtroom was filled with people whose lives had been shattered by David's actions. Gretchen's family, her friends, her co-workers, all of them there to see justice served. David, who'd shown such detachment throughout the investigation and prosecution, suddenly became emotional. With tears in his eyes, he addressed the judge. "I disgraced my family and brought shame upon my name." It's hard to know what to make of those words. Were they genuine remorse, or were they simply the performance of a man who understood the importance of appearing contrite? The families of victims often struggle with this question. Is the person who took their loved one truly sorry, or are they simply sorry they got caught? Judge Volker sentenced David Anthony to 38 years in prison, with credit for time already served. 295 days. David would spend nearly 4 decades behind bars. He would be an old man before he ever saw freedom again, if he ever saw it at all. For Gretchen's family, the sentencing brought a measure of justice, but it could never bring Gretchen back. Her daughter would grow up without her mother. Her parents would never again hear her voice or feel her embrace. Her friends would carry the absence of her presence for the rest of their lives. The case of Gretchen Anthony reveals something disturbing about domestic violence and about the way some people respond to rejection or loss of control. David couldn't accept that Gretchen was leaving him. He couldn't allow her to have autonomy, to make choices about her own life, to move forward without him. And so he made the most terrible choice imaginable. He decided that if he couldn't have her, no one would. It's a pattern we see repeated too often in cases of intimate partner violence. The most dangerous time for someone in an abusive relationship is when they try to leave. The moment they file for divorce, the moment they pack their bags, the moment they say, "I'm done." That's when they're most at risk. Gretchen understood this risk. She'd cited domestic violence in her divorce filing. She'd been trying to protect herself. But David's violence, his need for control, his inability to accept rejection, it all proved stronger than any protective measures she could take. The Gretchen Anthony case became notable for another reason beyond the tragedy itself. It highlighted how criminals were attempting to use the COVID-19 pandemic as cover for their crimes. In March 2020, when fear about the virus was at its peak, when understanding of how it spread and who it affected was still limited, David saw an opportunity. He understood that claiming Gretchen had COVID-19 would create a barrier around her disappearance. People would be scared to look too closely. Medical facilities were overwhelmed. Protocols for isolation and quarantine meant that people genuinely couldn't visit sick loved ones. It was, in David's mind, the perfect cover. But what he didn't account for was the people who knew Gretchen. He didn't account for friends and family who understood that something was wrong, who trusted their instincts even in the midst of a global pandemic. He didn't account for the technology that would betray his lies. The surveillance cameras, the cell phone records, the digital footprints we all leave behind. Palm Beach County State Attorney Dave Arenberg spoke about the case, noting how troubling it was that they initially didn't have Gretchen's body. When you don't have a body or a manner of death, those are challenging cases to prosecute, he explained. And David Anthony knew it. This awareness that David understood the legal challenges prosecutors would face. makes his actions even more calculated. This wasn't a crime of passion or a momentary loss of control. This was premeditated murder, followed by a carefully constructed cover story designed to exploit a global pandemic. The case also highlighted the importance of believing women when they report domestic violence. Gretchen had cited abuse in her divorce filing. She'd been trying to protect herself through legal channels, but the systems we have in place to protect victims of domestic violence are imperfect, often too slow, and sometimes insufficient to prevent tragedy. How many women file restraining orders, seek divorces, report abuse, only to find that the legal system can't move fast enough to save them? How many times do we hear these stories and think, if only someone had listened, or if only the warning signs had been taken more seriously? Gretchen did everything right. She left. She filed for divorce. She documented the abuse. And she was still killed by the man she'd once loved. It's important, in cases like these, not to let the crime overshadow the victim. Gretchen Anthony wasn't just a murder victim. She wasn't just a name in a case file or a story on the news. She was a whole person with a full life, with dreams and hopes and relationships that mattered. Her friend Kelly Hanna spoke about Gretchen after her death, remembering how both Gretchen and David seemed to have lost themselves a bit in their relationship. They were searching for their own self-identity, she said. And in those final months, Gretchen had been finding herself again. She'd been building a life on her own terms, rediscovering who she was outside of a marriage that had become toxic and dangerous. She was a mother who loved her daughter fiercely. She was a professional who took pride in her work. She was a friend who showed up for the people she cared about. She enjoyed the simple pleasures of life in Jupiter. The sunshine, the beach, the rhythm of a well-ordered life. Her coworkers remember her as reliable, professional, someone you could count on. In an office environment, that might not sound like a high compliment, but reliability is actually one of the most underrated virtues. Gretchen was the person who did what she said she would do, who met deadlines, who didn't create drama or make excuses. Her family remembers a woman of strength and grace, someone who faced challenges with resilience, who tried to protect the people she loved even when it meant acknowledging difficult truths about her marriage. The tragedy of Gretchen's story is that she was moving toward a better future. She was on the cusp of a new chapter in her life, one where she would be free from David's volatility and control. She was so close to safety, so close to the life she deserved. As we come to the end of this story, it's worth reflecting on what we can learn from Gretchen Anthony's tragic death. Because true crime isn't just about the morbid fascination with violence and mystery. It's about understanding how these tragedies happen and what we might do to prevent them. First, we need to take domestic violence more seriously. When someone says they're being abused, we need to believe them. When someone cites domestic violence in divorce proceedings, we need to understand that they are likely in danger, especially as they try to leave the relationship. Second, we need to support the people in our lives who might be in dangerous relationships. If a friend confides in you about abuse, listen. Help them make a safety plan. Don't judge them for staying, but support them if they choose to leave. Understand that leaving an abusive relationship is incredibly difficult, and often dangerous. Third, we need to continue improving the systems designed to protect victims of domestic violence. Restraining orders, while important, are just pieces of paper. They can't physically stop someone determined to cause harm. We need better resources, faster response times, and more comprehensive support for people trying to escape dangerous situations. Fourth, and this is specifically relevant to Gretchen's case, we need to be aware of how crises and emergencies can be exploited by people with malicious intent. David Anthony used a global pandemic as cover for murder. Others have used natural disasters, economic crises, or social upheaval to hide their crimes. We need to remain vigilant especially during times of chaos and fear. Finally, we need to remember that behind every true crime case is a real person whose life was taken from them. Gretchen Anthony should be here today. She should have watched her daughter grow up. She should have built the independent life she was working toward. She should have had the chance to experience joy, love, success, and all the ordinary moments that make a life worth living. Instead, her life was cut short by someone who believed his need for control was more important than her right to exist. That's the ultimate tragedy at the heart of cases like these. One person's inability to accept rejection, to deal with their own emotions, to respect another person's autonomy, leads to the complete destruction of a life. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember Gretchen Anthony. Remember that she mattered. Remember that domestic violence is not abstract or distant. It happens to real people in real communities everywhere. And remember that we all have a role to play in creating a world where people like Gretchen can leave dangerous relationships and build new lives without fear. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. On a crisp autumn evening in October 2021, beneath the golden canopy of Vermont's fall foliage, a young couple arrived in the small town of Bolton to celebrate what should have been a milestone of love and commitment. Emily Ferlazzo, just 22 years old, was a registered nurse with her whole life stretching out before her. Her husband, Joseph Ferlazzo, a 41-year-old tattoo artist, had planned this trip to mark their first wedding anniversary. They were staying in their camper van, a mobile home that represented freedom and adventure for many couples who choose the van life dream. But within hours of their arrival, in that quiet parking spot surrounded by Vermont's natural beauty, something unspeakable would occur. Emily would never leave that camper alive, and the man who had vowed to love and protect her would become her killer. This is the story of Emily Ferlazzo, a story about hidden darkness, missed warning signs, and a young woman whose voice was silenced far too soon. Emily Schwartz grew up in Northfield, New Hampshire, close to her family. Those who knew her described her as vibrant, caring, and full of life. She had chosen nursing as her profession, drawn to helping others during their most vulnerable moments. Her mother, Adrienne Bass, and her stepfather, Davis Bass, were fixtures in her life. Emily was their only daughter, the big sister, the first granddaughter, the great-granddaughter. Everyone adored. She loved to sing. She had dreams. She was building a life. Joseph Ferlazzo Jr. was nearly 20 years her senior when they met. He worked as a tattoo artist, practicing his craft in the New Hampshire area. To Emily, their connection felt immediate and powerful. Joseph would later describe their early relationship as magnetic, saying they were stuck to each other from the very beginning. It was the kind of intensity that can feel like destiny when you're young and in love. They married during the pandemic, in 2020, a time when the world felt uncertain and many people sought stability and connection. Emily was only 21 years old. Joseph was 40. The age gap raised eyebrows among some who knew them. But Emily seemed happy, and her family tried to be supportive, hoping she had found her person. But as the months passed, cracks began to show. In the weeks and months leading up to that October anniversary trip, Emily's mother, Adrienne, began to sense something was wrong. It wasn't anything she could quite articulate at first, just a feeling and instinct that something about her son-in-law had changed, or perhaps was finally revealing itself. The weekend before Emily and Joseph left for their anniversary camping trip, the four of them sat together at a restaurant, celebrating early. It should have been a joyful occasion, but Adrienne would later recall that moment with chilling clarity. Sitting across from Joseph, she felt what she could only describe as strong danger. She couldn't point to specific behaviors or explain his mannerisms in concrete terms, but she froze. A mother's intuition screamed at her that her daughter was not safe. But what could she do? Emily was an adult. She was married. And there were no obvious signs of abuse that Adrienne could point to, at least none that Emily had shared with her. So the anniversary trip went forward as planned. On October 16th, 2021, Emily and Joseph loaded up their camper van and headed north from New Hampshire into Vermont. Bolton is a small, peaceful town, the kind of place where people go to escape the noise of daily life, to reconnect with nature and with each other. The fall foliage was at its peak, painting the mountains in brilliant shades of red, orange, and gold. They arrived in Bolton on that Saturday, parking their camper van on a residential property. Joseph's sister lived nearby, and the plan was to spend time with family while enjoying the Vermont countryside. It was supposed to be romantic. It was supposed to be a fresh start, a celebration of their love. Instead, it became Emily's final weekend. What happened inside that camper van in the hours after their arrival may never be fully known. The only living witness is a man who has told multiple versions of events, whose story has shifted and changed to suit his need for self-preservation. What we do know comes from Joseph's own confession, from forensic evidence, and from the careful reconstruction of events by Vermont State Police investigators. According to Joseph's account, the one he would stick to even years later, even at trial, he and Emily got into an argument that Saturday evening. He would later paint Emily as the aggressor, claiming she had a history of violence toward him, that she would punch and kick him, that their relationship was turbulent and abusive. He told investigators and later a jury that during this particular argument, Emily's rage escalated beyond anything he'd experienced before. Joseph claimed that Emily began punching and kicking him in what he described as a barrage of blows that kept coming and coming. He said he feared for his life. He said Emily had access to a gun, his gun, and that he believed she was going to shoot him. So he said he shot her first, twice, in the head. The medical examiner would later confirm that Emily Ferlazzo died from 2 gunshot wounds to her head. The shots would have been fatal almost instantly. In that confined space in that moment, Joseph Ferlazzo ended his wife's life with 2 pulls of a trigger. But what came next was even more horrifying. According to Joseph's own account, after shooting Emily, he left her body in the van. He spent time, perhaps 12 to 15 hours by his own admission, thinking about what to do, and then he made a decision that would demonstrate premeditation and consciousness of guilt in the eyes of prosecutors. Joseph retrieved a handsaw from his tools. In the small bathroom of their camper van, he dismembered his wife's body. The medical examiner's report would reveal something Joseph never mentioned in his self-defense story. Emily had 16 stab wounds to her upper body. These wounds told a different story than the one Joseph was selling. A story of rage, of continued violence even after death. He cut her body into pieces. He placed those pieces into large trash bags, and then he hid them in the camper van, in the very vehicle where they had planned to celebrate their love. On Sunday morning, October 17th, Joseph did something almost incomprehensible. With his wife's dismembered remains hidden in trash bags in the bathroom of their camper, he went to breakfast. He met up with his sister and her boyfriend in Waterbury, a nearby Vermont town. They sat together, they ate, they talked. His sister noticed nothing amiss, or if she did, she didn't mention it. Joseph acted as though everything was normal, as though he was simply enjoying his anniversary weekend in Vermont. After breakfast, Joseph drove back to New Hampshire, alone. When he arrived at the home he had shared with Emily, her family immediately knew something was wrong. Emily wasn't with him. And Joseph's explanation, whatever it was, didn't sit right. Adrienne Bass, Emily's mother, called the police. Her daughter was missing. Her son-in-law had returned from their anniversary trip without her. And something was terribly, terribly wrong. That maternal instinct that had screamed danger at her the weekend before was now confirmed. Her daughter was in danger, or worse. Vermont State Police began searching for Emily. They quickly learned that Joseph and Emily had been staying in Bolton, and they located the camper van. Police began surveilling the vehicle, trying to piece together what had happened. Joseph, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly erratic. On October 19th, just past midnight, a man named Spencer Lemons made a 911 call that would break the case wide open. Lemons had been giving Joseph a ride back to the camper van, which was now parked at a residence in St. Albans, Vermont, about an hour northwest of Bolton. As they approached the vehicle, Lemons noticed state troopers around the area. He asked Joseph why police were there, and Joseph told him the truth, or at least a version of it. Emily was dead. He had killed her. Lemons immediately called 911. When Vermont State Police took Joseph into custody and began interviewing him, he confessed. He told them about the argument, about shooting Emily twice, about dismembering her body with a handsaw. He told them where her remains could be found in the bathroom of the camper van, hidden in trash bags. Investigators found exactly what Joseph described. Emily's dismembered body, the saw blade, with her DNA, 3 knives that matched her DNA, including one from a butcher's block in the camper that had reddish-brown stains on the blade, bullet fragments, blood evidence throughout the small space where Emily had died and been cut apart. The forensic evidence painted a picture that contradicted Joseph's claims of self-defense. There were no defensive wounds on Joseph. No evidence that he had been beaten or assaulted. No evidence that Emily had held a gun or posed a threat to him. There was only evidence of what Joseph had done to her. Joseph Ferlazzo was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He pleaded not guilty, maintaining that he had acted in self-defense, that Emily had been abusive throughout their relationship, that he had feared for his life. For more than 3 years, the case wound its way through the legal system. Joseph remained in custody, held in a Vermont jail, while his attorneys prepared his defense and prosecutors built their case. Emily's family waited. They mourned. Adrienne Bass spoke publicly about her daughter, about the labels Emily had held in life. Big sister, only daughter, first granddaughter, best friend, and about the labels she would never get to have. Mother, auntie, grandmother, all the futures that Joseph had stolen from her. Finally, in December 2024, the case went to trial. The trial of Joseph Ferlazzo began in a Chittenden County courtroom on December 6, 2024. The prosecution, led by State's Attorney Sarah George, presented a methodical case. They brought in forensic experts who testified about the DNA evidence, the blood samples, the saw blade, the knives. They showed the jury photographs and videos of the crime scene. They presented cell phone records that tracked Joseph and Emily's movements, and they argued that this was not self-defense. This was murder, followed by a calculated effort to hide the evidence. The defense strategy was straightforward. Paint Emily as the abuser and Joseph as the victim who finally snapped under pressure. Defense attorney Margaret Jensch called Joseph to the stand as their only witness. A risky move that would allow the jury to hear directly from the defendant, but also expose him to cross-examination. Joseph took the stand on December 11th. He told his version of the relationship, describing Emily as violent and aggressive. When asked to characterize his wife, he said, "I wouldn't describe her as gentle." He described being punched and kicked, of living in fear, of having no choice but to defend himself that night in a camper. But under cross-examination, his story began to unravel. Prosecutors pointed out that Joseph had never reported any abuse to police. He had no documented injuries from any alleged attacks. No one else had witnessed Emily being violent toward him, and the forensic evidence didn't support his version of events. How, prosecutors asked, does someone acting in self-defense shoot their spouse twice in the head, wait 12 to 15 hours, and then calmly dismember the body? How does someone fearing for their life go out to breakfast the next morning, as though nothing happened? The prosecution also presented testimony from witnesses who knew the couple. Joseph's own sister took the stand. Emily's mother testified, describing her daughter's life and the warning signs she'd noticed before the trip. Perhaps most damning was Joseph's own recorded confession to police. The jury watched as Joseph, in his own words, described killing Emily and cutting her body apart. His affect was calm, detached, not the demeanor of someone who had just acted in desperate self-defense. After hearing several days of testimony, the jury began deliberations on December 12, 2024, at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon. It took them less than 2 hours to reach a verdict. On December 13, 2024, the jury foreman stood and announced their decision: guilty of first-degree murder. The jury had considered 3 possible verdicts: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or voluntary manslaughter. They chose the strongest charge, finding that Joseph Ferlazzo had killed Emily with premeditation and malice aforethought. In the courtroom, Emily's mother wept. Not tears of joy. Nothing could bring her daughter back, but tears of relief that justice would finally be served. She told reporters that the verdict was the next best thing to having her daughter with her, though she added, "The only thing that could make it better really is to have my daughter back in my arms, alive and breathing and singing and loving life the way that she was." Joseph Ferlazzo showed little emotion as the verdict was read. He had gambled by testifying in his own defense, hoping to convince the jury of his victimhood. The jury hadn't believed him. State's Attorney Sarah George spoke to the press after the verdict, saying she had watched the jurors carefully during Joseph's testimony, and she never believed they were buying his story. The forensic evidence, she said, told the truth, and it contradicted everything Joseph claimed. Sentencing came 4 months later, on April 24, 2025. Under Vermont law, a conviction for first-degree murder carries a mandatory minimum sentence of 35 years in prison, with a maximum of life without parole. The prosecution asked for 50 years to life. The defense requested 15 years a sentence, so lenient it seemed to disregard the brutal nature of Emily's death. Before the judge announced his decision, Emily's family was given the opportunity to speak. These victim impact statements are often the most emotional part of any trial, and Emily's case was no exception. Adrienne Bass stood before the court and spoke about her daughter. She talked about the Emily the world never got to see grow old, never got to see become a mother or grandmother herself. She spoke about the hole in her family that would never be filled, about holidays without Emily's voice singing, about milestones Emily would never reach. Other family members spoke as well, painting a picture of a young woman full of promise, whose life was cut short by the man who had promised to love her. Then Joseph Ferlazzo was given a chance to speak. In a statement that stunned observers, Joseph told the court, "This event doesn't define me." He continued to maintain his innocence, suggesting he had been the victim all along, that the jury and the justice system had gotten it wrong. The judge, having heard all the evidence, all the testimony, and all the statements, announced his decision. Joseph Ferlazzo was sentenced to 42.5 years to life in prison. It was a sentence that split the difference between the prosecution and defense requests, but one that ensured Joseph would be an old man if he survived prison at all, before he would even be eligible for parole. The judge also ordered Joseph to pay $1.5 million in a wrongful death judgment, a symbolic gesture since Joseph had no assets, but one that legally recognized the value of the life he had taken. As Joseph was led from the courtroom, Emily's family embraced each other. Justice had been served, but it was, as Adrienne had said, only the next best thing. Emily was still gone. The case of Emily Ferlazzo is tragically familiar in many ways. A young woman killed by her intimate partner, warning signs that were noticed, but not acted upon. A pattern of control and abuse that escalated to lethal violence, and in the aftermath, a family left to grieve and wonder what they could have done differently. Adrienne Bass has been open about the warning signs she noticed in the weeks before Emily's death. That feeling of strong danger at the restaurant, the sense that something wasn't right with her son-in-law, but she also acknowledges the impossible position family members are often in. How do you intervene in an adult child's marriage? Based on a feeling, how do you convince someone they're in danger when they don't see it themselves? The statistics are grim. Intimate partner violence is one of the leading causes of death for women in the United States. And often the violence escalates when the abuser senses they're losing control during a separation, a divorce, or when the victim is trying to establish independence. We don't know if Emily was planning to leave Joseph. We don't know if that anniversary trip to Vermont was supposed to be a fresh start or a final chance. What we do know is that she didn't survive it. Joseph Ferlazzo's claim of self-defense rings hollow when examined against the evidence. Men who kill their female partners often claim they were the real victims, that they were defending themselves from an abusive woman. But the research shows this is rarely true in the forensic evidence in Emily's case. The lack of defensive wounds on Joseph, the evidence of overkill with the stab wounds, the calculated dismemberment, all points to a murder, not self-defense. Emily Ferlazzo was 22 years old when she died. She had been a nurse for just a short time, helping patients during the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. She had loved ones who cherished her. She had dreams for her future. All of that ended in a camper van in Vermont, at the hands of the man who had promised to love her. Her mother says that Emily had a voice that deserved to be heard. In death, through the trial and the testimony and the fight for justice, that voice finally was heard. The jury listened. The judge listened. And Joseph Ferlazzo will spend the rest of his life in prison because of what he did to silence that voice forever. As we close this story, it's worth reflecting on what we can learn from Emily's tragedy. First, trust your instincts. Adrienne Bass knew something was wrong with her son-in-law. She felt danger. In hindsight, she was absolutely right. If you feel that someone you love is in danger, speak up. Have the difficult conversation. Offer help. Even if it's rejected, it might make the difference. Second, believe survivors. When someone tells you they're being abused, believe them. Don't wait for proof or perfect evidence. Abuse often happens behind closed doors, leaving no visible scars until it's too late. Third, remember that domestic violence doesn't discriminate. Emily was educated. Employed, surrounded by family who loved her, she still became a victim. No one is immune, and we need to support survivors from all walks of life. And finally, say her name. Emily Ferlazzo. Not just Joseph Ferlazzo's victim or the woman who was killed. Emily, the nurse, the daughter, the sister, the granddaughter, the young woman who loved to sing and had so much life ahead of her. Joseph Ferlazzo may have taken her life, but he doesn't get to take her memory. Emily's family, through their victim impact statements, through their fight for justice, through their willingness to share their story, have ensured that Emily will be remembered, not for how she died, but for how she lived. And Joseph will be remembered too, as a man who betrayed the ultimate trust, who murdered his young wife, during what should have been a celebration of their love, and who showed no genuine remorse even when faced with the consequences of his actions. He will spend the next 4 decades, at minimum, behind bars. That's the justice the legal system could provide. But for Emily's family, no sentence could ever be long enough. No punishment could ever equal their loss. The only justice that would truly matter, having Emily back alive and singing and loving life, is the one thing that can never happen. Please, if you're still awake, drop a candle. I want to see who's still with me. Also, don't forget to tell me where you're listening from, the time in your corner of the world, and maybe share one thing you've learned from tonight's stories. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight, let me tell you a story about ambition, obsession, and how sometimes the most dangerous thing in the world is someone who simply cannot let go. The autumn air in Highland Heights, Kentucky carried that particular October chill on the evening of October 12th. 2012, it was a Friday night, the kind of evening when young professionals might have dinner plans, maybe meet friends for drinks, or simply relax after a long week. For 29-year-old Ryan Poston, it was supposed to be all of those things. He had plans that evening, important plans that would never come to pass. Ryan Poston was, by all accounts, someone who had his life figured out. A handsome attorney with a promising career ahead of him. He'd worked hard to build the life he wanted. He'd graduated from Northern Kentucky University's Chase College of Law, and by 29 he'd already opened his own practice. His condominium in Highland Heights reflected his success. A clean, modern space in a quiet suburban community. The kind of place where nothing terrible ever seemed to happen. Those who knew Ryan described him as kind, principled, and ambitious. He wasn't just focused on his career, he was the kind of person who genuinely cared about people. His friends spoke of his bright future, his intelligence, his warmth. He was living the kind of life that others aspire to. Young, successful, with everything ahead of him. But there was one complication in Ryan's otherwise orderly world. Her name was Shayna Hubers. Shayna was 21 years old, 8 years younger than Ryan, and studying psychology at the University of Kentucky. On the surface, she seemed like someone who would have an equally bright future. She was attractive, intelligent, with an IQ reportedly in the near genius range, and came from a good family. But beneath that polished exterior was something else entirely. Something darker. Something obsessive. Their relationship had begun innocently enough, as these things often do in the modern age. They met through Facebook, through mutual friends, the way countless couples meet now. Ryan had seen photos of Shayna in her bikini and liked them, making his interest clear. They began messaging, and those messages led to meetings in person, which led to what Ryan probably thought would be a casual relationship. But Shayna had different ideas. From the very beginning, their relationship was tumultuous. On again, off again. Breaking up and getting back together in an endless cycle that Ryan's friends found concerning. They'd been seeing each other for about 18 months by that October evening. But it was hardly what anyone would call stable. Ryan had confided in his friends that he wanted out. The relationship had become suffocating. Shayna's behavior had grown increasingly erratic, increasingly possessive. She would send him 50, sometimes 100 text messages in a single day. She showed up at his work, unannounced. She appeared at his home at odd hours. When Ryan tried to distance himself, she'd find ways to pull him back in. It was the kind of relationship that leaves people exhausted, trapped in a cycle they can't seem to break. Ryan told his friends he needed to end it, that he needed to move on. And finally that October, he was ready to do just that. In fact, Ryan had already moved on in his mind. If not yet completely in reality, he'd been talking to someone new. Her name was Audrey Bolte, and she was the reigning Miss Ohio USA. They'd met, they'd talked, they'd connected, and Ryan had asked her out. That Friday night, October 12th. Ryan had a date planned with Audrey. It was supposed to be a fresh start. A new chapter. He was finally going to be free of the drama that had consumed so much of his life for the past year and a half. But Shayna knew about the date, and Shayna couldn't let go. That Friday evening, Shayna was at Ryan's condominium. The details of why she was there would later become a point of contention. Part of the story that would be told and retold in courtrooms and interrogation rooms. What happened in those walls, in those final hours, would be pieced together from forensic evidence, from a frantic 911 call, and from Shayna's own words that would ultimately seal her fate. Ryan was dressed for his date, sitting at his kitchen table, perhaps looking at his phone or simply waiting for the right time to leave. He was ready to go, ready to start fresh. And then in a moment that shattered the quiet of that October evening, gunshots rang out. 6 shots. 6 times. A gun was fired in that condominium. At 8:20 p.m., the emergency dispatch center received a call. The voice on the other end was Shayna Hubers, and she was frantic, breathless, her words tumbling out in a rush. "I killed my boyfriend in self-defense," she told the operator. Her voice carried that peculiar mix of panic and something else. Something harder to define. She explained that Ryan had attacked her, that he'd thrown her across the room, that she'd had no choice but to defend herself. The gun, she said, had been sitting on the table. She'd grabbed it. She'd fired. She'd had to. When police arrived at Ryan's condominium, they found him lying on the floor near the kitchen table. Ryan Carter Poston, just 29 years old, with his whole life ahead of him, was dead. He'd been shot 6 times in his head, his torso from multiple angles. The scene was devastating. Highland Heights Police Chief Bill Birkenhauer would later describe it simply. Pretty much every side of his body he'd been shot at. Shayna was taken into custody that night. She was read her Miranda rights. She asked for an attorney. But then in what would become one of the most damning pieces of evidence against her, she kept talking anyway. She talked and talked and talked, and what she said in those hours following Ryan's death would reveal far more than she probably ever intended. In the interrogation room, with cameras recording every word and gesture, Shayna gave her version of events. She described how Ryan had become violent, how he'd attacked her, how she'd feared for her life. She cried. She paced. She talked to herself when left alone. But she also said things that didn't quite fit the narrative of a terrified victim defending herself. He was twitching, she told the investigators, describing the moments after she'd shot Ryan. He was twitching so bad, and I didn't want to watch him lay there and twitch. So she'd shot him again, she explained. She wanted to put him out of his misery. She couldn't stand to watch him suffer. But it was what she said next that truly shocked the investigators. The words that would be played over and over in courtrooms. The words that the prosecution would use to paint a picture of a remorseless killer. She mentioned Ryan's nose, how he'd been self-conscious about it, how he'd talked about wanting a nose job. And then with cameras rolling, Shayna said something that seemed incomprehensible for someone who claimed to have just killed their boyfriend in self-defense. "I gave him the nose job he wanted," she said. The comment hung in the air, chilling in its casualness, its dark humor in the face of death. This was not the statement of someone traumatized by violence. This was something else entirely. And there was more. When investigators left her alone in the interrogation room, thinking she'd simply wait quietly, the cameras captured something extraordinary. Shayna began to sing, quietly at first, then more clearly. "I did it. Yes, I did it." She sang parts of Amazing Grace. She talked to herself about practical matters, asking out loud if they'd let her keep her phone in jail. She didn't seem like someone who'd just taken a life in a desperate act of self-defense. She seemed almost satisfied. As investigators dug deeper into the case, Shayna's story began to unravel. The physical evidence at the scene didn't support her claims of self-defense. Ryan had been shot from multiple angles, suggesting the shooting wasn't a single desperate act. but something more calculated, more deliberate. Forensic experts would later testify about the trajectory of the bullets, the position of Ryan's body, the evidence that contradicted Shayna's version of events. Friends and family were interviewed, and a picture emerged of a relationship that had been deeply troubled. Ryan's friends spoke of Shayna's obsessive behavior, the constant texts, the stalking. They described how Ryan had been trying to end the relationship, how he'd confided that he felt trapped. They mentioned that Ryan had been planning to go out with Audrey Bolte that very night, the date he never made it to. Even more disturbing were revelations about Shayna's state of mind in the days and weeks leading up to the shooting. She'd gone to a gun range with Ryan, and at some point she'd admitted to someone that she'd thought about shooting him. It was a chilling premonition, a warning sign that nobody had been able to act upon before it was too late. The prosecutors began to build their case, and it was a compelling one. They argued that Shayna Hubers hadn't killed Ryan Poston in self-defense. Instead, they claimed this was cold-blooded murder, motivated by jealousy and obsession. Ryan had been trying to leave. He'd been planning a date with another woman, and Shayna, unable to accept that she'd been replaced, unable to let go, had decided that if she couldn't have Ryan, nobody else would either. It took 2.5 years for Shayna's first trial to begin. In April 2015, she sat in a Campbell County courtroom facing a jury of her peers. The prosecution presented their evidence, the physical forensics that contradicted self-defense, the testimony of Ryan's friends about Shayna's obsessive behavior, and most damning of all, Shayna's own words. They played the interrogation videos, letting the jury see and hear her bizarre behavior, her callous comments about giving Ryan the nose job he'd wanted, her singing alone in the interrogation room. The defense tried to paint Ryan as an abusive boyfriend, arguing that Shayna had been trapped in a violent relationship and had finally snapped. They presented Shayna as a victim herself, someone who'd been pushed to her breaking point, but the evidence against her was overwhelming. After deliberating, the jury returned with their verdict: guilty of murder. Shayna Hubers was convicted of killing Ryan Poston, and she was sentenced to 40 years in prison. For Ryan's family, it was a measure of justice, though nothing could bring back their beloved son, their bright, kind, principled Ryan. But the story didn't end there. Shayna's defense team appealed, and they were granted a new trial based on a technicality. One of the jurors hadn't disclosed that he'd been a convicted felon, which should have disqualified him from serving. The conviction was overturned, and Shayna would face trial once again. The second trial took place in 2018, 6 years after Ryan's death. This time, Shayna took the stand in her own defense, and she gave lurid graphic details about her relationship with Ryan, painting him in the darkest possible terms. She claimed abuse, manipulation, control. She described intimate details of their sex life, trying to build a picture of a relationship that had been toxic and violent. But once again, the prosecution had Shayna's own words to counter her narrative. They played the interrogation videos again. They presented the same physical evidence. They called witnesses who described Shayna's obsessive behavior, the hundreds of texts, the stalking, the possessiveness, and they argued that this was not self-defense. This was murder, plain and simple. The jury deliberated for less than 5 hours before returning their verdict: guilty of murder. Once again, Shayna Hubers was convicted of killing Ryan Poston. This time, she was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years. At the sentencing hearing, Ryan's father spoke. 6 years of grief, 6 years of missing his son, 6 years of living with the knowledge that Ryan's bright future had been stolen by someone who claimed to love him. All of it came pouring out. Today we embrace justice, the family said in a statement. And yet we do not feel joy. It has been 6 long and heartbreaking years without our beloved Ryan. Shayna showed little emotion during the sentencing. The woman who'd once sung in an interrogation room, who'd made jokes about nose jobs, sat quietly as she was sentenced to spend the rest of her life behind bars. She was 27 years old, only 6 years older than she'd been on that October night when she'd made the phone call that changed everything. The case of Ryan Poston and Shayna Hubers is one that raises troubling questions about obsession, about the danger of relationships that become toxic, about the warning signs we sometimes miss or ignore. Ryan had tried to end things. He'd confided in his friends. He'd made plans to move on with his life, but he'd also let Shayna back in, time and time again, perhaps not realizing just how dangerous that pattern had become. Those who study domestic violence and obsessive relationships point to the Poston case as a cautionary tale. The excessive texting, the stalking, the inability to accept the end of a relationship. These are all red flags that can signal danger. Ryan's friends had seen these warning signs, had known something wasn't right, but like so many in similar situations, they probably didn't imagine it would end in violence. Shayna's behavior after the shooting is what truly set this case apart and sealed her fate. Her comments during the interrogation, her singing, her casual demeanor, all of it suggested someone who wasn't traumatized by having to kill in self-defense, but someone who seemed almost pleased with what she'd done. Psychologists and criminal profilers would later analyze her behavior, discussing the narcissism, the lack of genuine empathy, the way she seemed more concerned with how she looked on camera than with the life she'd just taken. For Audrey Bolte, the woman Ryan had planned to meet that night, the case carried its own tragedy. She'd been looking forward to that date, to getting to know this smart, handsome attorney who'd seemed so kind and interesting. Instead, she'd become an unwitting part of a murder case, a symbol of everything that Shayna couldn't accept: that Ryan had moved on, that he'd chosen someone else. The Poston family has had to live with their loss every single day since October 12, 2012. Ryan was their son, their brother, their loved one. He was someone with dreams and ambitions, someone who'd worked hard to build a good life, and all of it was taken away in a matter of moments, because someone couldn't accept that a relationship was over. Highland Heights, that quiet suburban community where nothing terrible ever seemed to happen, was forever changed by what occurred in Ryan's condominium that October evening. Neighbors who'd never thought twice about safety now wondered about the people living around them, about the dramas playing out behind closed doors that nobody could see. The case captured national attention, featured on programs like 48 Hours in 2020, becoming one of those true crime stories that people couldn't quite forget. Perhaps it was the stark contrast between Shayna's appearance, young, attractive, seemingly normal, and her actions. Perhaps it was her bizarre behavior in the interrogation room. Or perhaps it was simply the tragic waste of it all. A young man with everything to live for, killed by someone who claimed to love him. Ryan Poston never made it to his date with Audrey Bolte. He never got to see how far his law practice would go. Never got to meet the person he might have built a life with. Never got to experience all the moments that make up a full life. He was 29 years old, and his story ended in his own home at the hands of someone he'd once cared about. Shayna Huber sits in prison now, serving a life sentence. She's eligible for parole after 20 years, but that's still years away. She has decades to think about what she did that night, about the choices she made, about the life she took and the life she threw away, whether she feels genuine remorse, whether she understands the magnitude of what she did, remains known only to her. The story of Ryan Poston is one of those cases that stays with you. It's a reminder that we never truly know what's happening in someone else's relationship, that the face someone shows the world can be very different from who they are behind closed doors. It's a reminder that obsession and possessiveness are dangerous, that when someone tries to leave a relationship, that can be the most dangerous time of all. In the quiet moments of the night, when we think about cases like this, we're reminded of how fragile life can be, how quickly everything can change. Ryan Poston woke up that Friday morning probably thinking about his date that evening, probably looking forward to turning a new page in his life. He had no way of knowing that he'd never see the sunset that day, that his story would end before it had really begun. And so we remember Ryan not for how he died, but for how he lived, as a bright, kind, principled young man who deserved so much better than the end he got. We remember him as a son, a friend, an attorney who was making his mark on the world. And we remember his story as a cautionary tale, a reminder: watch for the warning signs, to take threats seriously, to understand that sometimes the most dangerous person in your life is the one who claims they can't live without you. The autumn leaves fell in Highland Heights that October, the season changing as seasons do, indifferent to human tragedy. But for Ryan Poston's family, for his friends, for everyone who knew and loved him, that October night changed everything. The seasons keep turning, years keep passing, but the loss remains, permanent and unchangeable. Justice was served in the form of Shayna's conviction and life sentence, but it's a hollow victory for those who loved Ryan. No verdict can bring him back. No punishment for Shayna can undo what was done. All that's left is the memory of a promising young life cut short, and the hope that by telling these stories, by understanding what happened and why, we might prevent the next tragedy, save the next Ryan Poston. As you drift off to sleep tonight, spare a thought for Ryan and his family. Remember that behind every true crime story is a real person who laughed and loved and lived. Someone whose absence leaves a hole that can never be filled. Remember that relationships should lift us up, not tear us down, and that anyone who makes you feel trapped or afraid is someone you need to get away from, no matter how hard that might be. The story of Ryan Poston ended on October 12, 2012, but his memory lives on in the people who loved him, in the lessons his case teaches us, and in these stories we tell to honor those who are gone. So if you're still awake, I'd like to know which of tonight's stories gave you chills the most. Was it the first story, the second, or the third? Meanwhile, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. There are mornings that begin like any other, where the ordinary rhythms of life continue their quiet dance. A mother pouring coffee, a child eating cereal, plans being made for a day at the county fair. But sometimes in the span of just 3 minutes, everything changes. This is the story of one such morning. A story of control, deception, and a young mother who would never make it to that fair. It was April 7th, 2018 in Palm Coast, Florida, a quiet residential area where families raised their children and neighbors waved hello from manicured lawns. On Felter Lane, in a modest home in what locals called the F section, 25-year-old Brandy Salenza was starting what should have been an ordinary Saturday morning. Brandy was a young mother with a vibrant spirit, trying to build a life for herself and her 6-year-old son. She'd married Keith Johansson about a year or two earlier, though even Keith himself would later struggle to remember exactly how long they'd been married. It was a detail that would become telling in its own way. Keith was 36 years old, 11 years Brandy's senior, and from the outside they appeared to be just another couple trying to make things work. But if you looked closer, if you could see inside the walls of that house on Felter Lane, you would have found something very different. You would have found surveillance cameras. Lots of them. Interior cameras that Keith had installed throughout the house. Cameras that captured nearly every moment of their lives together. Keith would later say these cameras were for security, but they would ultimately become witnesses to something far more sinister. That Saturday morning started with small, tender moments. The kind that make life worth living. At around 10 o'clock, Brandy stood in the kitchen, visible from the chest down on one of Keith's surveillance cameras. She wore a striped shirt and held a mug of coffee. Her 6-year-old son sat nearby with a bowl of cereal, and mother and son spoke in those hushed, intimate tones that only they could fully understand. Brandy was excited. She'd just been messaging with her older sister, making plans to go to the Flagler County Fair later that day. It was the next to last day of the fair, and she wanted to take her son. The boy could sense his mother's enthusiasm, and in that moment caught on camera, he played with the towel and said words that would haunt everyone who heard them later. "I love you." "I love you too," Brandy told him. Neither of them knew these would be among their last words to each other. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Religious solicitors stood at the door, an older couple doing their neighborhood rounds. Brandy answered kindly, as was her nature. She accepted their literature, spoke with them briefly. One of the men would later recall that he'd mistaken her for a teenager, maybe 14 or 15 years old. She had that kind of youthful face, full of life that should have stretched decades ahead of her. When the cat slipped out, Brandy scooped it up and brought it back inside. Everything was so ordinary, so quiet, so normal. At 10:33, the cameras captured Keith picking up his jeans from the living room floor. A minute later, Brandy reappeared on camera, walking to a stand in the living room, crouching down, then heading back toward the bedroom. 3 minutes. That's all it took for a life to end. At 10:37, Keith Johansson called 911. His voice on that call would be analyzed and replayed countless times over the next 3.5 years. He told the dispatcher that his wife had shot herself. He said he'd been in the shower and heard a pop, like a balloon. He claimed he came out and found her, found the blood. But even in those first moments on the phone with emergency services, something seemed off. The 911 dispatcher tried to walk him through how to help Brandy, how to check her breathing, how to perform CPR if needed. Keith said he didn't want to touch her. Instead, the cameras would show him moving around the living room, busy collecting marijuana and drug paraphernalia, hiding evidence even as his wife lay dying in the bedroom. When the first responders arrived, they found Brandy Salenza wedged between the couple's bed and the wall in the master bedroom. She'd been shot twice, once in the center of her chest, once in her right breast. She was still wearing that striped shirt, but now it was soaked with her blood. One of the bullets had passed completely through her body and lodged itself in the bedroom wall. Keith's story was simple. She must have done it herself. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe she was suicidal. He seemed shocked, devastated even, though his behavior struck some of the deputies as strange. He was too calm, too collected, too busy worrying about what the police might think about the drugs in his house. But the physical evidence didn't match Keith's story, not even close. Brandy had been shot from across the room, not close range as a suicide would require. There was no gunshot residue on her hands. The weapon, a Beretta pistol, was found near her body, but forensics would show it had jammed after the second shot. And perhaps most tellingly, there were no fingerprints on the gun. Not Brandy's, not Keith's, not anyone's. The weapon had been wiped clean. The 6-year-old boy had been just rooms away, watching television when his mother was murdered. He didn't see what happened in that bedroom, but he would carry the weight of that morning for the rest of his life. As detectives began their investigation, they quickly realized that the house on Fulter Lane held secrets. Lots of them. Those surveillance cameras that Keith had installed. They'd been recording for days, capturing hours upon hours of footage, and what that footage revealed would turn this case from a potential suicide into something far more sinister. Detective Nicole Quintieri and Detective George Christakopoulos brought Keith in for questioning. Over the course of 12 hours, they sat with him, gave him water, gave him chances, so many chances to tell them the truth. They were patient, methodical, even sympathetic at times. They knew he was lying, but they wanted to understand why. Keith stuck to his story. Brandy had shot herself. He didn't know why. Maybe she was depressed. Maybe it was an accident. He'd been in the shower, heard a pop, came running out. That's all he knew. But as the detectives pressed him, his story began to change in small ways. Maybe an intruder had come in. Maybe someone had broken in while he was in the shower. The doors were unlocked sometimes. People could have gotten in. Detective Quintieri, speaking softly, carefully, tried to give Keith an out. "Is there anything else you can think of that you think is important for our investigation?" she asked him. Keith paused for 5 seconds. "Better gun control in schools," he finally said. "Better gun control at schools. Readily available. What in the world does that have to do with this?" Quintieri asked. "No, because if she knew better gun control, it probably wouldn't have happened," he said. He was blaming Brandy for her own death, suggesting she'd mishandled a gun while her young son was in the house. And he did this all while claiming he was trying to protect her reputation, trying to keep people from knowing certain things about their life together. The detectives knew Keith was using meth. They could see it in his behavior, in his rambling speech patterns, in the way his eyes moved. And as they reviewed the surveillance footage from the house, they discovered that both Keith and Brandy had been using methamphetamine in the days leading up to her death. But the levels found in Brandy's system were nowhere near the amounts that would cause someone to become delusional or lose control of their faculties. What the surveillance footage did show, however, was something that would become central to the prosecution's case. 2 nights before Brandy's death on April 5th, the cameras captured hours of footage from the couple's bedroom. And what they showed was not the picture of a happy marriage that Keith tried to paint. What they showed was abuse. For 5 straight hours, Keith berated Brandy. He insulted her, degraded her, threatened her life. To call it an argument would be a misnomer, because Brandy barely spoke. She sat on their bed, sometimes curled in the fetal position, sobbing as Keith unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse. "I've got to get away from you, or I'm going to kill you," he told her. "You have to tell me when you're masturbating when I'm gone, or I will kill you. You're a fucking whore. I'll teach you to fuck around again. Call 911, bitch, and get me out of here, or you aren't waking up." The threats went on and on. Keith was convinced Brandy had been unfaithful to him, engaging in what he called online infidelities. He accused her of cheating, of betraying him, of making him look like a fool. His rage was palpable, his words venomous. At one point he picked up a loaded gun and threw it at her, telling her to shoot herself. "I want to just hurt you and leave the state," he said. "Are you afraid yet, Brandy? Because you are going to be," Brandy cried. She sobbed. By the end of that night, she was literally curled in the fetal position on her own bed, trying to make herself as small as possible while her husband raged. And through it all, the cameras watched, recorded, preserved every moment. When detectives saw this footage, they knew they weren't dealing with a suicide. They were dealing with murder. On April 9th, the medical examiner performed an autopsy on Brandy Salenz's body. The ruling was clear: homicide. Brandy had been shot from across the room, the bullets entering her chest from the front. The trajectory, the wounds, the physical evidence, all of it pointed to one conclusion: someone else had pulled that trigger. On April 27th, 20 days after Brandy's death, deputies arrested Keith Johansen and charged him with second-degree murder with a weapon. The charge would eventually be upgraded to first-degree murder, as prosecutors built their case. For 3.5 years, the case wound its way through the legal system. Keith sat in the Flagler County Jail, maintaining his innocence, changing his story whenever it suited him. He told his parents that maybe Brandy had been suicidal. Maybe an intruder had done it. At one point in a phone call from jail that was recorded, he even suggested that Brandy's 6-year-old son might have somehow been involved, that maybe the child had accidentally pulled the trigger. His own mother didn't believe him. His father didn't believe him. But Keith kept lying, kept inventing new narratives, kept trying to find a version of events that would set him free. In October 2021, Keith Johansen finally went to trial. By this time, he was 39 years old, and he had a new lawyer, Gary Wood, a court-appointed attorney from Palaca. Wood had a difficult task ahead of him. The evidence against his client was overwhelming. The surveillance footage, the forensics, the lies Keith had told to everyone from first responders to his own family. But on the second day of trial, what surprised everyone in the courtroom, including apparently the prosecution, he unveiled a completely new defense strategy. Brandy hadn't killed herself. Wood now told the jury, and it wasn't an accident either. Keith had been telling the truth about one thing: Brandy was dead because of a gunshot. But the person who pulled the trigger was Keith himself, and he'd done it in self-defense. According to this new story, Brandy had been on a 10 to 12-day methamphetamine binge. She hadn't slept in over a week, maybe longer. The drugs had made her delusional, paranoid, aggressive. On the morning of April 7th, Keith had been in the shower when he heard Brandy call his nickname. He stepped out and saw her holding a gun, the Beretta. She was pointing it at him, her eyes wild, her words making no sense. She'd called him plastic, said he wasn't real. Keith, fearing for his life, ran to the bedroom to get his own gun. When he returned, Brandy had somehow wedged herself between the bed and the wall. She was still holding the gun, still pointing it at him, still threatening him. So Keith fired. The first shot was a rubber bullet, a non-lethal round meant to disable and disorient. But Brandy didn't drop the gun, so Keith fired again. This time, bullet was real. It struck Brandy in the chest, passed through her body, and lodged in the wall behind her. It was self-defense. Wood argued, a tragic case of a man forced to protect himself from a woman who'd been driven to madness by drugs. The prosecution, Assistant State Attorneys Jennifer Dunton and Jason Lewis, were stunned by this sudden shift in strategy. They'd spent years preparing for a trial where Keith claimed he was innocent, where he maintained Brandy had killed herself. Now, days into the trial, he was admitting he'd pulled the trigger but claiming it was justified. It was a bold move, but it had significant problems. First, there was no evidence, none that Brandy had been delusional that morning. The surveillance footage from the hours before her death showed her being calm, affectionate with her son, making plans for the day. She'd been messaging with her sister about the fair. She'd spoken kindly to the religious solicitors who came to her door. Nothing in her behavior suggested someone in the grip of a methamphetamine-induced psychosis. Second, the levels of methamphetamine in Brandy's blood, according to the medical examiner and multiple expert witnesses, were nowhere near high enough to cause the kind of delusions Keith was describing. People don't stay awake for 10 or 12 days straight. That's physiologically nearly impossible. The longest documented case of someone staying awake in a controlled setting was 11 days, and Brandy showed none of the symptoms of extreme sleep deprivation. Third, if Keith had truly been acting in self-defense, why had he lied about it for 3.5 years? Why had he told detectives, EMTs, his parents, and everyone else that he didn't shoot Brandy? Why had he suggested it was suicide, an accident, an intruder, even the 6-year-old boy? If killing Brandy had been a justifiable act of self-defense, why hide it? Keith's explanation for the lies was perhaps the most insulting part of his defense. He said he'd lied to protect Brandy's reputation. He didn't want people to know they'd been using meth. He didn't want his parents to think badly of her, so he'd made up stories, fabricated scenarios, blamed everyone but himself, all to preserve the dignity of the woman he'd just killed. It was a claim that defied logic. Keith had allowed detectives to believe Brandy might have committed suicide, hardly a way to protect someone's reputation. He'd been recorded by the cameras in his own house, hiding drugs and paraphernalia. Even as Brandy lay dying, he tried to blame a 6-year-old child for his mother's death. And now he wanted a jury to believe he'd done all of this out of love and respect for Brandy. On October 27, 2021, Keith Johansen took the stand in his own defense. Another surprise move that most defense attorneys would have strongly discouraged. But Keith insisted. Perhaps he believed in his own powers of persuasion. Perhaps he thought he could charm the jury the way he'd tried to charm the detectives. Perhaps he simply had no other choice. For hours, Keith testified about his relationship with Brandy, about their drug use, about the morning she died. He spoke in a flat, clinical tone, more like a forensic analyst explaining how guns work than a man describing the death of his wife. There was no emotion in his voice, no tears, no visible signs of grief or remorse. When he described shooting Brandy, he even said, "Man, I wish I had a diagram to show you," as if he were teaching a class rather than recounting the moment he'd killed the woman he claimed to love. He admitted to lying to detectives for 12 hours straight. He admitted to lying to his parents for at least 20 days. But he insisted that now, finally, in front of the jury, he was telling the truth. "That's because I am," he said when challenged by prosecutor Jennifer Dunton. "Even though you're a liar," Dunton replied. "That's your opinion," Keith said. The prosecutors painted Keith as what he was. A compulsive liar who told so many versions of events that he'd lost track of the truth himself. They showed the jury the surveillance footage of Keith threatening Brandy 2 nights before her death. They played the clips of him telling her, again and again, that he was going to kill her. They demonstrated how Keith had wiped the gun clean of fingerprints. They brought in expert witnesses who testified that Brandy's drug levels were not high enough to cause delusions or aggression. And they showed the jury that final video, the one of Brandy in her last moments alive, standing in the kitchen, headless in the camera frame, but clearly peaceful, clearly coherent, clearly loving as she spoke with her son about the fair they would never attend. She was not hallucinating, Prosecutor Jason Lewis told the jury. She was not out of control. Nothing. You watched those videos. Did you see her point to the green Martian? Did you see her do backflips? Did you see her jump on the ground to avoid the tiger running at her? No, because it's not true. The jury deliberated for just under 3 hours. They had questions, good questions, about reasonable doubt about the lack of video showing the actual shooting, about whether circumstantial evidence was enough to convict. But in the end, the evidence was simply too overwhelming. Keith's lies too numerous. His credibility too shattered. On October 28, 2021, the jury returned with their verdict, guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. When the verdict was read, Randy's family members, who had sat through every day of the trial, who had endured hearing Keith's threats played over and over, who had seen their daughter, their sister, their loved one reduced to evidence and exhibits, burst into tears. Finally, after 3.5 years of waiting, of wondering if justice would be served, they had their answer. Keith Johansen showed no emotion. As soon as the word guilty left the jury foreman's lips, Keith sprang both his fists forward, presenting them to the bailiff to be handcuffed. It was as if he'd been expecting this outcome all along. Circuit Judge Chris France had no discretion in sentencing. Under Florida law, a conviction for first-degree murder carries only one possible sentence: life in prison without the possibility of parole. Before imposing that sentence, the judge allowed Brandy's sister to make a victim impact statement. She spoke briefly, but emotionally, about the sister she'd lost, about the nephew who would grow up without his mother, about the hole in their family that would never be filled. Lee's State Attorney R.J. Larizza summed up the tragedy in stark terms. A mother is murdered by her husband, and her 6-year-old child is left to suffer the consequences. Keith Johansen was 43 years old when he was sentenced. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars, in a Florida prison for a murder that took only 3 minutes to commit, but destroyed countless lives. Brandy Salenzo was just 25 years old when she died. She had her whole life ahead of her, years of watching her son grow up, of attending his school events, of seeing him graduate, maybe have children of his own. All of that was stolen from her in a moment of rage by a man who claimed to love her. Her son, just 6 years old at the time, lost both parents that day. His mother to murder, his stepfather to prison. He became in an instant an orphan. Even after his conviction, Keith Johansen continued to lie. In late 2024, he filed a motion claiming that he should have been allowed to argue stand your ground before trial, a Florida law that allows people to use deadly force if they reasonably believe they're in imminent danger. He argued that if he'd been granted a stand your ground hearing, he would have been exonerated and the trial would never have happened. It was yet another attempt to rewrite history, to create a new narrative that might somehow set him free. But the facts remain unchanged. Keith Johansen murdered Brandy Salenza. He shot her twice, wiped the gun clean, hid the evidence, and then lied about it for 3.5 years. No amount of legal maneuvering can change those simple, tragic facts. The surveillance cameras that Keith installed in his home, the cameras meant to control, to monitor, to maintain power over Brandy, became the very tools that proved his guilt. They captured his threats, his rage, his violence. They showed the world exactly who Keith Johansen really was. Not the victim he pretended to be, but an abuser, a liar, and a murderer. The story of Brandy Salenza is a reminder that domestic violence often happens behind closed doors, hidden from neighbors, from family, from friends. It's a reminder that controlling behavior, surveillance cameras, monitoring activities, demanding to know every detail of a partner's life is not love. It's abuse. And sometimes that abuse escalates to murder. Brandy's sister remembers her as vibrant, kind, full of life. She was a young mother doing her best to raise her son, to build a better life, to find happiness in a world that wasn't always kind to her. She deserved so much more than the 36 minutes she got that Saturday morning in April. If you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, please reach out for help. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is available 24/7 at 1-800-799-7233. You are not alone. You deserve to be safe. And unlike Brandy, you still have time to get away. As we close this story, it's worth remembering those final words Brandy heard from her son. And the last words she spoke to him. I love you. I do. I love you too. In the end, love was the truth. Everything else, all of Keith's lies, all his justifications, all his attempts to blame everyone but himself, was just noise. Brandy Salenza died on April 7th, 2018. At 25 years old, she was a daughter, a sister, a mother, and a human being who deserved to live. May she rest in peace, and may her son find healing in the years ahead. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. The day before Thanksgiving 2020 should have been filled with anticipation and joy in the small town of Mount Morris, Illinois. For 27-year-old Melissa LeMaitre, it should have been one of the last quiet days before her life changed forever. In just 48 hours, she was scheduled to give birth to her first child, a baby boy she'd been eagerly preparing to welcome into the world. Mount Morris is the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. A village of fewer than 3,000 people, nestled in Ogle County about 100 miles west of Chicago. The streets are lined with modest homes, the kind of community where neighbors wave to each other and local firefighters are considered heroes. It was in this peaceful setting that Melissa had returned to live with her father in the family home on South Hannah Avenue, preparing for her son's arrival. Melissa wasn't just any expectant mother counting down the days. She was an EMT, an emergency medical technician, someone who dedicated her professional life to helping others in their most vulnerable moments. Since 2016, she'd worked for Trace Ambulance Service in Tenley Park, responding to emergencies, saving lives, offering comfort to strangers in crisis. She was on maternity leave now, her uniform hanging in the closet, replaced by comfortable clothes that accommodated her full-term pregnancy. She was nesting, as they call it, getting everything ready for the baby who would arrive any day now. November 25th, 2020, started like any ordinary Wednesday. The weather was typical for late November in northern Illinois. Cold, gray, the kind of day that makes you want to stay inside where it's warm. Melissa went about her day, perhaps organizing baby clothes, checking her hospital bag one more time, feeling those final kicks and movements of the child she'd soon hold in her arms. She had no idea that this ordinary day would be her last. At 4:29 in the afternoon, multiple calls flooded into the 911 dispatch center. Smoke, flames, a house fire on South Hannah Avenue. In a small town like Mount Morris, this kind of emergency brings out everyone. The Mount Morris Fire Protection District responded immediately, engines racing through the streets, sirens cutting through the late afternoon air. Among those who responded were firefighters who knew the address, who knew the family. In communities this small, you're rarely fighting a fire at a stranger's house. These men and women rushed into the smoke, trained to save lives, to pull people from burning buildings. But what they found inside would haunt them forever. Melissa was on the kitchen floor, unconscious, unresponsive. The scene was chaotic. Smoke filling the rooms, flames consuming parts of the home. The urgent need to get her out, battling against the fire's intensity. They pulled her from the house, tried desperately to revive her, but it was too late. Melissa Lamish was dead, and so was her unborn son, 2 days away from taking his first breath. The initial assumption in any house fire involving a death is often straightforward: smoke inhalation, someone overcome by fumes, a tragic accident. But Melissa's father knew something was wrong. This wasn't just a house fire. Something terrible had happened to his daughter, and he told investigators as much. His intuition, born from the intimate knowledge only a parent possesses, would prove devastatingly accurate. The autopsy revealed what the fire had tried to hide. There were no signs of smoke inhalation in Melissa's lungs. None. Which meant something that would turn this case from a tragic accident into a deliberate, calculated murder. Melissa had died before the fire was set. The medical examiner found evidence of trauma consistent with strangulation. Someone had wrapped their hands around this young woman's throat, squeezed the life out of her and her unborn child, and then tried to destroy the evidence with fire. The Ogle County Sheriff's Office and the Illinois State Police launched a full homicide investigation. In a town like Mount Morris, murder is rare. The killing of a pregnant woman, 2 days before her due date, is almost unthinkable. Investigators began piecing together Melissa's final hours, her relationships, anyone who might have wanted to hurt her. What emerged was a picture of a woman excited about motherhood, nervous perhaps, but ready. She'd been in an on-and-off relationship with the baby's father, a man named Matthew Plode. He was 34 years old, a firefighter himself, someone who shared Melissa's world of emergency response. In the tight-knit community of first responders, they'd crossed paths, gotten involved, created a life together. But Matthew Plote's life was more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Much more complicated. As investigators dug deeper, they discovered that Plote wasn't just in an on-and-off relationship with Melissa. He was juggling multiple women, maintaining several relationships simultaneously, none of whom knew about the others. He had carefully constructed separate lives, keeping each woman in her own compartment, making sure the walls never came down. It was a precarious house of cards, requiring constant lies, elaborate explanations, carefully managed schedules. And then Melissa got pregnant. A baby changes everything. A baby can't be hidden, can't be explained away, can't be kept in a compartment. A baby demands acknowledgement, responsibility, a public declaration of paternity. A baby would expose all of Matthew Plote's carefully constructed lies, his lifestyle, his juggling act, his separate worlds. All of it would come crashing down with the birth of this child. Investigators learned that Plote had shown little interest in becoming a father. While Melissa prepared a nursery, bought baby clothes, attended appointments, and excitedly counted down the days, Matthew remained detached, uninvolved, seemingly unbothered by the approaching reality of fatherhood. To him, this baby wasn't a blessing. It was a problem. A problem that would ruin everything he'd built. The investigation moved methodically but intensely. Every first responder who'd been at the scene was interviewed. Every person in Melissa's life was questioned. Phone records were pulled. Timelines were constructed, and all roads kept leading back to Matthew Plote. Plote had initially cooperated with investigators, as suspects often do. He admitted to being at Melissa's house on the day of the fire. His admission was crucial. He was placing himself at the scene, presumably before his lawyer could advise him otherwise. He told investigators about their relationship, about the baby, spinning a narrative that attempted to explain his presence without implicating himself in her death. But physical evidence doesn't lie, and it certainly doesn't forget. During the autopsy, the medical examiner had carefully collected DNA evidence from Melissa's body. This evidence was sent to the Illinois State Police Forensic Science Laboratory, where forensic scientist Blake Epper began the painstaking work of analysis. They'd also obtained search warrants for Matthew Plote's DNA, which was collected in August 2021, months after Melissa's death. The comparison took time, as these things do. Crime labs are backlogged. The analysis is meticulous, and investigators wanted to be absolutely certain before making an arrest. But when the results came back, they were damning. The DNA found on Melissa's body matched Matthew Plote's profile perfectly. Not just a partial match. Not just a possibility. A perfect match. Plote would later claim that he and Melissa had engaged in consensual sex that day, attempting to explain away the DNA evidence. But prosecutors would argue that the DNA told a different story. It was found in locations and contexts that correlated with violence, with strangulation, with a struggle for life. The forensic evidence painted a picture of assault, not intimacy. As the case built, investigators uncovered more details about the relationship dynamics. Melissa's sister would later testify about conversations she'd had with Melissa, about the last time they spoke. She'd called her sister that day, November 25th. They talked, made plans to talk again later. Melissa had said she'd call right back, but that call never came. Instead, her sister learned that Melissa was dead. Her life cut short in the most violent way imaginable. The investigation dragged on for over a year. For Melissa's family, it was an agonizing wait. They knew who had killed her. The evidence was overwhelming, but arrests require airtight cases, especially in high-profile murders. The state's attorney's office, led by Mike Rock, worked with investigators to build a case that would withstand the scrutiny of trial. Finally, on March 9, 2022, 16 months after Melissa's death, Matthew Plote was arrested. The charges were severe and numerous: first-degree murder, intentional homicide of an unborn child, arson, and battery. Each charge carried significant prison time. Together, they could mean life behind bars. Plote's bond was set at $10 million. He would need to post $1 million to be released, an amount that ensured he'd remain in custody throughout the trial. The man who'd once responded to emergencies and saved lives now sat in a jail cell, accused of taking the life of his girlfriend and their unborn son. The case moved through the legal system with the characteristic slowness of criminal prosecution. Pre-trial motions, evidence hearings, defense requests for bond reduction, all the procedural steps that can make families feel like justice is moving at a glacial pace. Plote's defense attorneys, John Kopp and Liam Dixon, argued for their clients, seeking every legal avenue to challenge the prosecution's case. But the evidence was overwhelming. When the trial finally began in March 2024, nearly 3.5 years after Melissa's death, the prosecution laid out a comprehensive case. Ogle County Assistant State's Attorney Heather Cruz walked the jury through the evidence piece by piece. The DNA that placed Plote at the scene, not just present but physically connected to the violence done to Melissa. The autopsy findings that proved Melissa had been strangled before the fire was set. The timeline that showed Plote was the last person to see Melissa alive. The motive, a man who didn't want to be a father, who would lose everything if this baby was born. The prosecution argued that Matthew Plote had made a calculated decision. Rather than face the consequences of his actions, rather than step up to fatherhood, rather than let his web of lies unravel, he chose murder. He strangled the mother of his child, watching the life leave her eyes, feeling her struggle weaken and stop. Then, using his knowledge as a firefighter, he set the house on fire, staging it to look like an accident, hoping the flames would consume the evidence of what he'd done. It was a particularly cruel irony. A firefighter, someone sworn to save lives and fight fires, using that very knowledge to commit murder and cover it up. He knew how fire spreads, what it destroys, how investigations work. He'd responded to house fires himself, seen bodies pulled from burning buildings. Now he was creating that scene deliberately, coldly, hoping his fellow firefighters would assume it was just another tragic accident. But he'd underestimated the thoroughness of the investigation. He'd underestimated the medical examiner's ability to detect strangulation, even in a fire victim. He'd underestimated the advancement of DNA technology, and he'd underestimated the small-town police department's determination to get justice for one of their own. Because Melissa, as an EMT, was family to these first responders, the defense attempted to create reasonable doubt, as is their job. They questioned the DNA evidence, suggested alternative explanations, challenged the prosecution's timeline. They portrayed their client as a flawed man, perhaps, but not a murderer. They tried to suggest that someone else could have been responsible, that the investigation had tunnel vision, focusing on Plote to the exclusion of other possibilities. But there were no other possibilities. The evidence all pointed in one direction, and that direction was Matthew Plote. The trial lasted several days, with witness after witness taking the stand. Melissa's sister testified about that final phone call, about her sister's excitement over the baby, about the plans they'd made that would never come to fruition. Forensic experts explained the DNA evidence in terms the jury could understand. Fire investigators detailed how the blaze had been set, where it started, how it progressed. Medical examiners explained the injuries to Melissa's neck, the clear signs of manual strangulation, the absence of smoke in her lungs. The jury heard from first responders who'd found Melissa that day, who tried desperately to save her, who'd gone home that night and held their own families a little tighter. They heard from detectives who'd spent hundreds of hours on this case, determined not to let Melissa's killer walk free. They heard from forensic scientists who'd carefully analyzed every piece of physical evidence, ensuring that science would speak for the victim who could no longer speak for herself. And through it all, Matthew Plote sat at the defense table, presumably listening as his carefully constructed life was dissected, as his secrets were revealed, as witness after witness testified to what he'd done. On March 22, 2024, after hearing all the evidence, the jury retired to deliberate in a small courthouse in Oregon, Illinois. 12 citizens were tasked with deciding whether Matthew Plote had murdered Melissa Lemage and their unborn son. The deliberations took just 2 hours. 2 hours to review nearly 3.5 years of investigation. Hundreds of pieces of evidence. Days of testimony. The speed of the deliberation told the story. This wasn't a close case. This wasn't a jury struggling with reasonable doubt. This was 12 people who'd seen the evidence and reached the only logical conclusion. When the jury returned, Matthew Plote was found guilty on all 10 counts. First-degree murder, intentional homicide of an unborn child, arson, battery. The verdict was read aloud in the courtroom, and with each guilty, another piece of justice was delivered for Melissa Lemage. The Lemage family, who'd waited nearly 3.5 years for this moment, finally heard the words they'd been praying for. Guilty. The man who'd killed their daughter and grandson would be held accountable. The legal system, slow and frustrating as it can be, had worked. Justice, delayed but not denied, had been served. Matthew Plote was sentenced to life in prison. A fitting end to a man who'd taken 2 lives just to preserve his own selfish lifestyle. He would spend the rest of his days behind bars. His freedom exchanged for Melissa's life. His comfortable existence replaced by a prison cell. No more juggling multiple relationships. No more lies and deceptions. Just decades of imprisonment. Contemplating what he'd done. The defense has filed for a new trial, as is common in high-profile convictions, arguing various legal points about the evidence in trial proceedings. But such motions rarely succeed when the evidence is as overwhelming as it was in this case. The conviction stands. Matthew Plote is a convicted murderer. For the Lemage family, the conviction brought a measure of closure, though nothing can truly close the wound left by Melissa's death. Her father, who'd raised her, watched her graduate high school in 2011, seen her become an EMT dedicated to helping others, had to bury his daughter and a grandson he'd never meet. Her sister, who'd talked to Melissa hours before her death, had to live with the knowledge that their final conversation was cut short by murder. Her friends, colleagues, the first responders who'd worked alongside her, all had to grapple with the reality that one of their own had been killed by someone from their own community. And somewhere in the evidence, in the photographs and reports, is the image of a nursery that was never used. Baby clothes that were never worn. A crib that remained forever empty. Melissa had spent her final days preparing for her son's arrival, excited and nervous as any first-time mother would be. She'd picked out a name, made plans, imagined the future they'd have together. She couldn't have known that her baby's father had other plans. Plans that involved neither her nor their son. The case raises disturbing questions about domestic violence, about men who view children as burdens rather than blessings, about the lengths some people will go to preserve their own comfort and lifestyle. Matthew Plote wasn't some stranger who broke into Melissa's home. He was the father of her child, someone she trusted, someone she'd been in a relationship with, someone who should have been preparing to welcome their son into the world alongside her. Instead, he became her killer. The murder of Melissa Lemich and her unborn son stands as a stark reminder that danger often comes from those closest to us. Statistically, pregnant women are more likely to be victims of homicide than to die from pregnancy-related complications. And the perpetrator is most often someone they know, a partner, an ex-partner, someone who sees the pregnancy as a threat to their freedom or lifestyle. In Melissa's case, every red flag was there if you knew where to look. A partner who showed no interest in the pregnancy. A man juggling multiple relationships who would be exposed by a child's birth. Someone with the knowledge and opportunity to make a murder look like an accident. But hindsight is 20/20, and Melissa likely never imagined that the father of her child would become her murderer. The case also highlights the crucial importance of thorough death investigations. If investigators had simply accepted the house fire as an accident, if the medical examiner hadn't carefully checked for signs of trauma, if the DNA evidence hadn't been collected and analyzed, Matthew Plote might have gotten away with murder, but a small-town police department, a dedicated state's attorney's office, and careful forensic work ensured that didn't happen. The Mount Morris Fire Protection District, which responded to Melissa's home that day, has had to grapple with the fact that one of their own, a firefighter, had used his knowledge to try to cover up a murder. It's a betrayal not just of Melissa, but of the entire first responder community, of the oath they all take to protect and serve. Firefighters are supposed to save lives, not take them. For the EMTs and paramedics who worked with Melissa at Trace Ambulance Service, her death was a profound loss. They'd lost a colleague, a friend, someone who'd worked beside them in the life-or-death situations that define emergency medicine. And they'd lost her to violence, to the very kind of tragedy they'd all responded to countless times in their careers, never imagining one of their own would become a victim. November 25th is now forever marked on the calendar for the Lemich family, not as a day of anticipation before Thanksgiving, but as the day Melissa was killed. The holidays, which should be a time of family and gratitude, are now tinged with grief and loss, and November 27th, what should have been a birthday, is instead a painful reminder of the grandson who never got to take his first breath. The case has been covered extensively in true crime media, featured on CBS's 48 Hours program, under the title The Firefighter's Secret, and on Investigation Discovery's People magazine Investigates. These programs have brought national attention to Melissa's story, ensuring that her life is remembered, that her death is not forgotten, and that other women might recognize warning signs in their own relationships. Because that's ultimately what we can take from this tragedy. Awareness. Awareness that domestic violence doesn't always look like what we imagine. Awareness that someone can seem normal, can hold a respectable job, can be part of a community and still be capable of murder. Awareness that pregnancy can be a dangerous time for women, particularly when their partner is less than supportive. Awareness that we should check on our pregnant friends and family members, ensure they're safe, listen when they express concerns about their relationships. Matthew Plote showed no signs of being a monster. He was a firefighter, someone the community trusted and respected. He'd saved lives, helped people in emergencies, been part of the fabric of his community. But beneath that exterior was someone capable of strangling his pregnant girlfriend and setting her body on fire. The banality of evil, as Hannah Arendt once called it, evil that doesn't announce itself with horns and a pitchfork, but hides behind a uniform and a familiar face. Melissa Lemich was just 27 years old when she died. She had her whole life ahead of her, a career she loved, a son she was about to meet. She should be here today, watching her child grow, celebrating birthdays, experiencing all the joys and challenges of motherhood. Instead, she's a name in a true crime case, a victim whose story is told as a warning and a cautionary tale. Her son never got a chance at life. He never felt the sun on his face, never heard his mother's voice, never took a first step or said a first word. His entire existence was contained within his mother's womb, and his life ended when hers did. He was 2 days from viability, 2 days from being born and living independently, 2 days that might as well have been an eternity. The conviction of Matthew Plote ensures that justice was served, but it doesn't bring Melissa back. It doesn't undo the trauma experienced by the first responders who found her. It doesn't heal her family's grief. Justice in cases like this is cold comfort necessary. Important, crucial, but ultimately insufficient to address the magnitude of the loss. As we reflect on this case, we're reminded of the fragility of life, the importance of justice, and the reality that evil can wear a familiar face. We're reminded to pay attention to warning signs, to support the pregnant women in our lives, to believe victims when they express fear or concern. We're reminded that first responders are human, that they grieve, that they're impacted by the tragedies they witness. And we remember Melissa Lemish not just as a victim, not just as a name in a case file, but as a person. A daughter, a sister, a friend, an EMT who dedicated her life to helping others. An expectant mother who was excited to meet her son. A young woman whose life was stolen from her by someone who should have loved and protected her. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, perhaps you'll think of Melissa and the thousands of other women whose lives have been cut short by domestic violence. Perhaps you'll resolve to be more aware, more vigilant, more willing to speak up when something doesn't seem right. Perhaps you'll check on a friend or family member, just to make sure they're okay. Because that's what we can do for Melissa now. We can remember her story, we can learn from it, and we can work to ensure that fewer women meet the same fate. The house on South Hannah Avenue still stands, a silent witness to the tragedy that occurred within its walls. The community of Mount Morris continues on, forever changed by what happened there on that November day. And somewhere in a prison cell, Matthew Ploetz serves his sentence, living with the knowledge of what he's done. Justice was served, but 2 lives were lost, and that's the tragedy we carry forward. Rest in peace, Melissa Lemish, and rest in peace to the baby boy who never got to take his first breath. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.